OGP panel would, to learn about how countries are leveraging OGP to advance critical reforms that range from lobbying, political financing, whistleblower protections, national anti-corruption strategies, and corporate transparency and integrity. We're going to explore a lot today. And you're going to ask, how are we going to do that? Well, we have two panels, each with one round of questions. We have a discussant who will reflect on what we hear on the panel, really hoping for an interactive, provocative session amongst our panelists as well. And we're really going to ask our speakers to identify priority reforms that are helping to embed political integrity, public integrity. They're going to share concrete inputs. Right, without any further ado, this is our first panel. Starting from our furthest end, we have Minister Adea Perdeni, who's the Minister of State for Public Administration and Anti-Corruption in Albania. Next, we have President Manuel Viloria Mendieta, who's the President of the Independent Authority for Whistleblower Protection. We have Mr. Ruben Lefuka, who's with the Chandler Foundation, the Country Director in Zambia. Next to him, we have Jorge Arturo Reina Garcia, who is the Director for Transparency and Prevention of Corruption under the Secretary of Transparency and the Fight Against Corruption in Honduras. And last but not least, right next to me, we have the latest victim recruited onto the OGP Steering Committee. We have Mayra Martini, who's the CEO of Transparency International Secretariat, who will be our discussant. I am your moderator for today. My name is Zugiswa Kota, and I am on the OGP Steering Committee. Right, so this first session is really going to be exploring how we can use the open government for integrity, using it as a platform in that regard. Adea, should we start with you? As Albania's Minister for State for Public Administration and Anti-Corruption, what anti-corruption reforms are you prioritizing to strengthen integrity and ethics? And how do you feel these align with Albania's EU accession agenda?
Thank you very much for this question, and I'm really delighted to be part of this panel among all the colleagues very much involved in all corruption, especially corruption prevention and integrity-based policies. Why I should stress that? Because I think that when we talk about anti-corruption, we tend to focus more on the repressive side, while I think we should still pay a little bit more attention on what we're all trying to do in terms of instilling integrity, in order not just to defend integrity, but to make also integrity future-proof. And I think all of us in our little world, we try to do our best in order to make sure that we put in place policies that are targeted towards where the pain points are. I'm sure that contextually many countries that are also represented in this panel are very different, but at the very core there are very similar patterns that need to be addressed. So in that vein, Albania also is one of the countries which aspires to become an EU member. We have tried and made sure that in the past 5 years, we have a very clear path and clear agenda of where we're heading at, especially in the area of strengthening our legislation on whistleblowing, on political party financing, on conflict of interest. But I will focus very briefly on one key point that I will bring as an example. We talk about integrity, but sometimes when we talk about risks of integrity, we really need to look very carefully of what we mean by that. And institutionally speaking, this is very difficult sometimes to explain and understand. We started 5 years ago on an initiative to draft integrity plan for all the line ministries and all the subordinated institutions of the government. We started small with very good cooperation with the civil society, because we wanted to have our colleagues from the civil society to look into the possible and potential integrity risks that the public administration is running. And through this joint exercise, we started a process where we would identify all the red spots in a process or in a procedure or wherever in a decision-making setting at the public administration, in order to make sure that we have those proofs in place before something bad happens. In the beginning, I will be honest with you, nobody trusted the process. They said, let's just run this exercise. Everybody started by saying, oh, we do not have any integrity risks in our process. We just follow the legislation, and this is what it is. But sometimes we all know that the devil sleeps in the details. And we saw that sometimes a missing standard operating procedure, a missing element in the integrity or auditing procedures really is crucial in order to make the entire processes integrity proof. So we started small 5 years ago. Now we build a total capillary system where integrity plans are all in place around all the line ministries, and more than 30 to 35% of all our municipalities have now integrity plans in place. What this means is that we have not just a document, but a clear path towards identifying the risk and mitigating those risks. I think that sometimes we tend to think a lot and also talk a lot about how anti-corruption is very effective repressively, but we saw that by instilling these integrity mechanisms, by making sure that everybody that is involved in whatever procedure, be it involved with spending and financing, such as procurement, for example, we instill these elements in place. But apart from that, I think nowadays we saw great benefits of coupling with technology. And I think this alliance with technology brought a huge success, at least in our countries. In Albania, 95% of all services are offered online, which means that we totally cut the direct connection and the chain between, let's say, the individuals and those who will provide the services, which means that what we did is that nobody knows who is the one who provides the service, but they are, of course, entitled to receive the service in quality and in time. Yeah. And last but not least, I would like to mention a new flagship initiative that we started with AI in public procurement. We aim to have a full digitized, but mainly full AI-based process, public procurement process, starting from the technical specifications, in order to make sure that there is no tailor-made technical specifications and requirement for tender procedure, up to the very last part of the procurement cycle, which is the contract control. So in that sense, I think, first of all, having proper integrity mechanisms in place, coupled with technology, it really is. And I think in our case, it has shown that is a formula for success.
Thank you, Minister. You spoke a little bit about pain points. On that note, let's move on. President Manuel, following Spain's transposition of the EU directive on whistleblower protection, which was part of an OGP commitment, I believe, the Independent Authority for Whistleblowers was established under your leadership. Could you please share with us the agency's key priorities and how they support progress on opening up government?
Okay. Well, thank you for having me in this wonderful panel with such distinguished colleagues. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I think that our beautiful language needs to be strengthened. And, so, a partir de ahora hablaré en español.
So from now on, I'll speak in Spanish. Well, our organization has just been born. We are starting from scratch, and essentially, we have a vision with two sides. The first side, or the first idea, would be to contribute, importantly or decisively, to improve the legality culture in our country. Our legality culture entails a shared belief in how important it is to fulfill and to follow the laws, and a generalized expectation that the others are following the laws too, and a clear rejection of the unfulfillment of these laws. So to reinforce this legality culture is paramount for us. We are a small part of this process, but we think that we can be an important part, because behind the European directive that promotes the legislation and the creation of organizations to protect whistleblowers, we have the idea that it is necessary to reinforce the fulfillment of national and European laws. So this is a key element. And the second element would be to promote public ethics. And transparency is very important for that. Transparency is one of the main elements of public ethics. And this goes beyond the fulfillment of the laws, as the ministry was saying. It is about assuming shared moral standards and a respect for human dignity and the development of deliberation and mutual respect. This would be the background idea around the second vision that we have from our organization. Then, from the point of view of the specific mission that we have many elements in our legislation, but the first one, the most important one, according to how we are described and defined, is to protect whistleblowers. We need to protect those people that are providing information about legal unfulfillments, corruption, or crimes, and well, this is our main function and the most essential one. It is not easy, it's difficult, but that is the initial idea that we have. Second, we have an external channel through which we receive many pieces of information about crimes and about legal unfulfillments. And our duty is to perform a preliminary analysis in order to try to define whether we have the foundations for a deep investigation or not. And after that analysis, we can talk to the specialized authorities for them to make a research, or we can make a first approach in order to clarify the facts. Third, we have quite a powerful penalty system for those people that do not follow the law, or the ones that are, for example, developing retaliation against whistleblowers. So that is a paramount element. And besides, we try to guarantee the fulfillment of the internal channel systems that we need to have in every organization. And right now in Spain, every public authority needs to have an internal channel to receive whistleblowings or information, and it has to be managed by someone that has solid traits and features in order to develop this task. And this person has to be protected in some way. We are going to protect all these people in the thousands of public organizations that are under our control, under our umbrella. And it is very important to develop the penalty system as a prevention mechanism too. And fourth, we have to develop recommendations, development rules, newsletters, etc. And fifth, we have a very important task. We need to contribute to the national anti-corruption strategy. We have a national anti-corruption strategy, and I think that this national strategy is our action framework. We have to contribute to that. And in this anti-corruption national strategy, I'm sure that you've already heard about it, we are a very important part of it. And this is connected to the integrity strategies that have to be developed in every public organization. And last but not least, we have a very wide advisory panel that we have to work with, and we have different state representatives, but also whistleblowers representatives, okay? People that have been retaliated, and they represent whistleblowers. That's our main mission. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Thank you, President Manuel. Moving over now to some of the work of the Chandler Foundation and the context being Zambia. Ruben, Zambia is currently developing its first OGP action plan, which is exciting, where anti-corruption and integrity reforms are an important domestic priority. Could you please share some lessons that we can draw from the process and how this might be, or how the Chandler Foundation your approach to fostering a culture of integrity across government, and in particular, the government, marketplace, and communities can connect, and in particular as well the global priorities on political integrity. So both aspects, the Zambian context, and in particular some of the priorities of the Chandler Foundation. I stole some of your time in that question.
I noticed that you were moving close to the edge of the seat already before the 3 minutes starts. But it's a privilege being here this morning and being part of this panel. We've been working with the Zambian stakeholders on the OGP process for nearly 2 years now. And from our vantage position, there are a couple of observations that we've made. And I'd like to just cite three key lessons. Number one, a shared problem and shared leadership is what I'm terming it. For a while now, the burden of addressing corruption, and particularly public sector corruption, and the eroding public integrity has been placed heavily on government, and maybe rightly so. However, we need to move beyond just defining public sector corruption as a political problem. And the OGP process in Zambia has helped bring everyone on board to share not just in the desire for solutions, but in owning the problem and therefore finding the appropriate points of intervention. We cannot co-create solutions unless we are all invested in addressing the same problem. So that's the number one lesson. Shared problem should also lead to shared leadership. The second lesson is about trust building and relationship building. The OGP process in the Zambian scenario, and I want to believe right across the world where OGP has been implemented, has set in motion a process of building trust. But there's a significant difference which I'd like to bring to the discussion. Quite often we talk about restoring public trust. But what the Zambian scenario exemplifies is that we also need to build trust within the non-state actors. In a situation where we have scarcity of resources, competition is high, mistrust is equally high. What I've seen is that among the CSOs themselves, they've had to reset and rebuild trust among themselves. So build trust in government, but also build trust among the CSO leaders, the CSO community. The third lesson is around empathetic and constructive engagement. The OGP process, in my view, allows the stakeholders to go beyond the theater of headlines. It's not just CSOs highlighting to government what is not working well, or government responding and indicating that CSOs do not have the legitimacy to raise issues, but it's bringing everyone on board and understanding each other's point of view. Government getting to understand, having the deeper conversations and getting to understand what drives CSOs in the demands that they make, and the CSOs understanding the limitations that government may have in addressing some of the challenges insofar as corruption is concerned. So it does allow for that empathetic engagement, constructive engagement, but also focusing on the ecosystem of accountability. In my view, isolated and quite often inadequate interventions without addressing the ecosystem have not taken us from a point of high corruption to a point of success. How does this tie in with what we do as a Chandler Foundation? Since I see Zuki is already moving close to the edge of the seat. As a Chandler Foundation, we believe that cultures of integrity are the foundations for strong nations. And strong and prosperous nations have this integrity and trust well embedded in them. If we're going to talk about future-ready governments, we need to know that they would have to be anchored on integrity and trust. Trust, not just in government, but in the marketplace and in community life. We strongly believe that governments that cultivate this moral marketplace go beyond just regulations and rules. They create that environment where the marketplace has strong leaders anchored on ethics, the community equally has strong leaders anchored on ethics. So this has worked very well because we are all coming from a point of trying to build cultures of integrity. And we see that the OGP, by and large, provides a very fertile ground for building those cultures of integrity. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I like the notion of a theatre of headlines, and I think all of what we've been talking about is really wanting to move beyond that. Director Jorge, Honduras has leveraged its OGP action plan to advance the national anti-corruption strategy with civil society and made a number of interesting sector-specific anti-corruption commitments. What are the next steps emerging and emerging areas to strengthen integrity that you feel the OGP process should address during the following administration? If you could share that with us.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. And I think that in order to understand our path, it's very important to understand that until 2021, we were in dark times, so to speak. And an evidence of that is that the former president that is imprisoned in the US because of drug dealing. Corruption seemed to defeat the hope of the country, but the consequences were in the highest poverty indexes in among our people and balance, and of course the growing untrust because the organized crime was present in our institutions. Some experts think that we were a kleptocracy. That's quite painful. But the people of Honduras chose to build another way, chose to stand up after being totally beaten. And that meant to open the windows of the state and to leave the light go through the glass in terms of accountability, transparency, and citizen participation, betting on the open government philosophy with the heart, with every reform in the core of the process. And in 2022, when the president, Xiomara Castro, will end her administration the next month of January, we started to build a new public architecture. We created the Secretary of Transparency and Fight Against Corruption with different departments that speak about the task. Open government, preventive internal control in the country, public hirings, administration modernization, and a good governance school. But at the same time, we created the national system of anti-corruption transparency. So we moved from the statement to the structure, from the promise to the action. And with the support of the international cooperation of a very long list of cooperants, but especially with the United Nations against, well, in order to fight against corruption, what we did together with the United Nations, we developed our first public integrity and transparency strategy. That was quite successful in the eyes of the OGP and our open government community, in the sense that in Estonia, for example, it was a very important project because it was co-built with the open government methodology. So we decided to measure ourselves with efficiency. Then it was when the Public Integrity and Transparency Index was born, the first in our history, where we assess with real data every institution of the executive power. And the results of 2022 up to date show the clear trend that Honduras is moving on. That's why transparency is not a word anymore. It is a measurable practice in Honduras. Besides, we created an indicator system in order to move on towards local governments and to focus on an anti-corruption quarterly index that would allow us to measure ourselves in every single way. And this way, integrity is starting to be alive in city councils in our country, and there's a local government that is here from the municipality of Villanueva that has been included in, that has joined the open government community. So after seeing what has been discussed here, it is clear for us that we need to use a well-understood science, and that's why I would like to quote Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Award winner. On his book, The Gap, he said that inequality is not unavoidable. It is the result of specific political decisions. And in Honduras, we decided to choose a political path that had to do with transparency, and that decision made the change. And to finish, we reactivated the Open Government Alliance with the participation and inclusion of the most important sectors of the national life, the private sector that is here, the academia, civil society, and many others. And last but not least, for the future, according to your specific question, we think that we have to consolidate 4 priorities from now on. Effective protection of whistleblowers. There's a bill of law that is being built and that's being created with the United Nations. The use of open data as the transparency engine, digital platforms, in order to co-create and control public policies, and technological innovation in data intelligence. And last but not least, as we have an election next year in our country, next month, in our country, we think that progress won't stand by itself. So we have to protect institutionality of what we have accomplished in the country. Transparency has to be a state policy and citizen culture. And in that sense, our mission is until the last day to leave a solid legacy that is measurable and participative, so that our clock in history can't go back.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Mayra. So Mayra's role is to keep our panel on their toes. Firstly, Mayra, if you could reflect on what you've heard from our panelists, and if you could just share what you think some of the key elements that an international agenda on political integrity should prioritize for collective global action, and in particular, how the OGP as a platform can contribute to this. So it's a bit of provocation and a bit of reflection.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Is my mic on? No? Hi. Yeah, now, no? Hi, good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. I think our panelists covered a lot of ground. I want to pick up on something specific that was mentioned until now, that is the use of AI and technology. I think in the last days we have heard a lot about that. And of course we have been discussing AI and technology as a solution to corruption and to increase transparency, reduce the opportunities and the risk for corruption. But I think it's also important to keep in mind that AI itself can be manipulated. So we should also be here discussing what we need to have in place to ensure that we know the algorithm, what is the transparency that needs to be there, what are the controls that need to be there. And we at Transparency International recently published a working paper that talks exactly about the corrupt uses of AI. And I think this is also an important discussion for the OGP community. But I actually wanted to talk about something that I didn't hear a lot in this panel. So it's more a reflection, perhaps, of why we don't talk so much about these issues. Because when we talk about public integrity, we need also to talk about political integrity. And political integrity, by political integrity, I mean lobbying rules, I mean political party funding, conflict of interest. We need to be able to understand why certain decisions are happening, on behalf of whom, who is influencing, who is funding political campaigns. And these, unfortunately, are topics that don't make it to the international discussion. It's not common to have those international fora. And this is also true for the OGP, unfortunately. So we looked a little bit at the action plans and the commitments that have been made by countries that are members of the OGP in the last 15 years. There are close to 900 commitments made. And we looked specifically on these topics I mentioned. And those are topics really important also if we care about democratic decline, if we care about enhancing trust in government. So unfortunately, there were only 18 countries that made commitments on lobbying. We're talking about 30 commitments on lobbying in the last 15 years, and only 16 countries that made commitments on political party funding. 25 commitments only in the last 5 years. And it's not because these issues are not a problem. These issues are actually a big problem in most of the countries. An analysis that we're going to publish very soon, we looked at political finance data across 126 countries in all regions except for Europe, so in Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America. And we found that in those 126 countries, only 27 countries have some political finance data that is published online. So if you want to know who is funding your candidates, you're not able to do in the great majority of these countries. And we're not even talking about good quality data or good formats to look at. So it is a really big problem. And if we look back at only OGP members, OGP countries, we have a similar reality. So only 22 OGP countries 22 OGP countries do not publish any political finance information online, and just about half of the OGP countries keep a public register of donors to election campaigns. So what can OGP countries do? In the last days, I also heard a lot the importance of connecting OGP with other global fora, of other initiatives. We have the UNCAC COSP upcoming. And this is a really good opportunity for OGP countries to come together and think, how can we strengthen the international standards in this area? And in particular, on political financing, you saw Norway announced an initiative, a new resolution for the COSP on political party funding. Albania is also a co-sponsor of this resolution together with Ghana and Mongolia. So it's an opportunity for us to discuss, including new forms of influence in political campaigns. So if there is time, I would be really happy to hear more from the panelists. What are the plans for their countries in these important areas if we really want to improve public integrity?
So I think we've stolen time from our second round, and I'm sad about that. They will hopefully forgive me. What we'll do is 60 seconds in response to that, Myra's, and we'll go in the same order as we did before. 60 seconds in relation to Myra's question on the plans in each of the contexts. Yes? Are we happy with that? And 60 seconds.
Thank you very much. Well, as Myra rightly mentioned, we are now coupling with Norway and Transparency International to co-sponsor a resolution at the next COSP, which will take place in Qatar this December, in order to have a much more internationalized setup and commitment with regard to political party financing. We know now very well that there are two very specific frontiers that we all have to face in that regard. First of all, the digital one. We know that many of the sources, political party financing sources, come now online, not only online, but also through digital currency as well. And second, and not least important, is the foreign influence that is used in many countries, and now in Europe we are quite cognizant about that risk. So I think these are some of the more pertinent issues that we very much will have to focus, and we're very happy that we are co-sponsoring this resolution. I think this will be a new step forward towards more integrity in the not only institutional but also political sphere.
Thank you, Minister.
Thanks.
Next.
Okay. Bueno, la verdad es que desde visiones holísticas se puede entender la lucha contra la corrupción y la promoción de la integridad, y las visiones holísticas obviamente incluyen a los partidos políticos como un
Obviously, this includes the political parties as a pillar in the society. If we focus only on one of those pillars, it's not enough. We have to look at this from the Jeremy Pop model perspective. Sometimes we focus on the administration, on the public administration, and on the government, and we forget about the political parties as a central element, as a pillar in the fight against corruption. And in our country, we have developed these laws to prevent corruption in our political parties. We do have a system that controls the finances and political parties, that reduces the possibilities of private influence in a way, but at the same time also generates and creates problems of elitism in some political party, and also makes it more difficult for new political parties to rise. But from our perspective, from the perspective of the Independent Authority for Whistleblower Protection, the agency that I direct, we are going to investigate and research and carry out all the efforts that we might be able to in this sense.
Transparency International Zambia, which is an integral member of the OGP process in Zambia, has been doing work on political financing for the last couple of years. Quite recently, they've engaged political parties on this matter, as well as relevant stakeholders. They've been pushing for necessary legislative reforms. They've done work around electoral campaign financing. And it's a desire that, as part of the commitments under the anti-corruption and integrity priority area for the National Action Plan, some of these aspects of political financing will be reflected in the final National Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Director.
Sí, este es un tema toral que se ha venido hablando.
This is something that we have been talking about for quite some time already in the summit. The lack of trust from our citizens puts at stake democracy as we know it in this side of the world, and the data show us the influence of humongous amounts of money in the elections. In our country, we've lived this, not because someone said this happened, but because it was part of the final sentence that condemned our ex-president. So there is a policy for transparency in our country nowadays, but obviously we do have to review the financing system for our political parties in general, because there are countries where the state offers the resources for them in order to avoid the media entering these financing processes. So through those controls, we are able to have a tool that actually works, not only in small countries, but everywhere in the world, in order to fight against this global problem.
Thank you so much. And thank you more or less, keeping to time, to all our speakers. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for our excellent panel. Rotate, and we're going to welcome our next set of speakers onto the panel to join me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, I'm just going to ask our next panel to come straight up. They know who they are. Let's give them a warm hand of applause. Thank you. Welcome. Good morning. Okay. Welcome. Great. Great. So we're going to make the best of our time. We've not stolen that much time, about 2 minutes stolen from this panel, but I think we will make up for it. So I will very quickly introduce you, and this next session really is focusing on open government coalition building, which is a passion of mine, and that's what we're really going to focus on. So I'm going to very quickly introduce you to our panel and then hand over to them. And as you can see, we can also read a little bit further on their backgrounds. We've got Victor Pavluchek, the head of the National Agency on Corruption Prevention in Ukraine. We have Mariam Galsten, head commissioner, Corruption Prevention Commission in Armenia. Then we have Jose Luis Rodriguez Alvarez, president of the Council for Transparency and Good Governance in Spain. We have Danella Newman, who's the Civil Society Engagement Lead of UNCAC, the UNCAC Coalition. We have directly next to Danella, we've got Olusoji Apampa, who's the Managing Director and CEO of the Convention on Business Integrity in Nigeria. Directly next to me, we have Gary Pina, who is a civil society member of the Multi-Stakeholder Forum, or the Steering Committee of the OGP in South Africa. A great panel once again, a good range of speakers from across the world, and I'm quite excited for us to begin. Are you excited? All right, great. Victor, let's start with you. The Ukraine has implemented several really important innovative anti-corruption and integrity initiatives with civil society as partners. How have these partnerships helped to advance reforms, and how do you plan to build on that to tackle emerging areas that require action? So share a bit about what they are and reflect on what's going forward.
Hello, colleagues. For me, it's a great pleasure to be and honor to be here with such a distinguished company of colleagues. First of all, it will be hard to describe all the scope of the work of, for example, National Agency on Corruption Prevention in 2-3 minutes, but I'll try. And it's really interesting to hear every time words integrity and accountability and all the scope of work of different agencies. And unfortunately, my agency, National Agency on Corruption Prevention, has about 20 functions coping all of that, even checking reports of political parties, like it was mentioned by Myra, starting the Transparency Register since September 1st of this year, whistleblower protection, having possibility to pay first reward for whistleblowers for claiming about corruption, and it was about, the biggest was about $350,000 for claiming about corruption last year. And if we will talk about overall achievements of Ukraine, I want to say that the issue of integrity is not only the issue of openness, transparency. Now it's Ukraine's issue of matter of national security, because it will be always under the possibility to attack by Russian propaganda during the full-scale invasion and during the war in Ukraine that we have. And but nevertheless, having such severe circumstances in Ukraine, we are wholly transparent. We were invited the process of submitting one of the most biggest achievements of Ukraine. We invited the process of submitting asset declarations. Our asset declarations of public officials, they are wholly transparent, despite maybe the information of the number of the house and apartment the people live in. And civil society can easily check this information, and using open API for getting this information for other analytical tools by civil society helps us to get a huge amount of claims, information about our public officials. And just to remind that there is more than 700,000 public officials in Ukraine who are obliged to submit their asset declaration to this register. It's a huge amount of information. And also not only ways of getting information about illicit assets, unjustified assets, but also systemic changes can help Ukraine to achieve better results. And I'll try to mention, it will be a great pleasure today to be on, I think, on this scene and getting an award for International Informational System for Monitoring State and Corruption Policy in Ukraine. We have existing state and corruption program dated 2023-2025, and we are drafting new one for years 2026 and till 2030. Both of them consist measures to implement for reforms in exactly anti-corruption sphere, but not only, we also aiming on the work of to minimize corruption risk in different spheres. And for example, now drafting new anti-corruption strategy and new state anti-corruption program, we involved the whole scope of expert society and the civil society to involve this. And we have more than 2,000 experts involved in drafting anti-corruption strategy.
Thanks, Victor. Hopefully we'll come back on some of those points, particularly around the public service that you raised. Mariam, over to you. As head commissioner, you lead the country's central public integrity institution. How are you prioritizing open government initiatives in your work, and what strategic opportunities do you see to strengthen impact, particularly in the context of interconnected databases?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me here, and I will try to answer to your question and also to address the question of Myra from previous round. So in Corruption Prevention Commission in Armenia, we don't simply prioritize the open government and transparency. It's an essential part of our daily routine. So in recent years, we have moved from the vision to execution, and digital transformation is a driving engine of a public integrity we want to see and of a culture we want to build in the public system. And let me begin with the cornerstone of our work, which is the declaration system. As my colleague Victor has mentioned, we also have a very comprehensive asset declaration system, which inter alia includes declaration of assets, incomes, expenditures, and interest of public officials. What is more important, not only high-level public officials, but also risky-level officials, their family members, and all the information is publicly available, transparent, searchable, and in recent years, we have, in 2023, we have built a new system, which, as a declaration system platform, which empowers us to have an automated generation of data from previous declarations, automated generation of declarations for persons to fill it and to get notified that they have an obligation to fill the declaration, and interoperability with other state databases. And for example, currently we have 65% of data automatically filled from other databases, but we are trying to expand the connections and to ensure that no effort is done by officials and their family members to fill the declaration. Only the cash will be filled by them. So, and the other tool is an open API. As a colleague also mentioned, we are also allowing our civil society, investigative journalists to track themselves the data and to analyze all the declarations. And as I mentioned, we are working on continuously expanding all these features. And same vision we have in relation to the political party financing, and in recent year, this year, digital platform for disclosure of political party finances has been established, and now all the data of the reports of political parties and the declaration of board members are transparent and publicly available. And so the public can track the donations of the political parties to see how the property of the political parties is made. So our next strategic step is the launch of a unified integrity dashboard, which will include the asset declaration, conflict of interest regulation will be connected with the procurement system and gift registry, political party finance. We will have all the data within one platform to ensure that the tracking is more effective, and also there is less room for discretion and manipulation. And last but not least, yes, we are pretty much sure that we can do all this thing without changing the mindset. That's why we have launched an e-learning platform for public officials to ensure that the culture and the mindset is changed. And CPC may be young, but we are bold, and we hope that with the openness, with trust, and with integrity, we can build, we can empower change, and the Armenia can be a true model of open government.
Thanks. I know there is so much more we could cover for across the speakers, but President Jose, leveraging your council's important mandate, which is about ensuring access to information, could you share some ways that you are strengthening integrity and ethics, and how in particular are you doing this in partnership with civil society or citizens?
Thank you, Suki. Good morning, everyone. Voy a hablar en mi lengua.
Well, I'm going to continue in Spanish now. The Council for Transparency is an independent authority that works in several fields, but first of all, I would like to highlight how we supervise the commitment and the compliance of public administration in terms of transparency, and then we also ensure and guarantee the right of everyone, of every citizen, to access public information. In this second field, we exercise an activity that would be similar to the jurisdiction, but we are absolutely free to use. We are kind of young. We just turned 10. It's been our 10th anniversary, and we don't have all the means that we would like to have at our disposal, but our council is still building a very important strategy when it comes to making or creating a better environment for our citizens to participate. In a summit like this one, I don't need to highlight the importance of transparency for these two goals. Obviously, we do know that bad practices in terms of financing and a lack of transparency are absolutely dreadful here, and if we are more transparent, obviously we leave less room for illicit activities to happen. So we need to protect integrity and accountability. And on the other side, the access to information is obviously a requirement, a key requirement for our citizens to be able to participate actively and proactively in any public decision. It has always been, and our new context where we find ourselves with an sometimes overwhelmed by information, it's key to access public information in a safe way. And for this, it's not only enough to establish obligations and duties and recognizing rights through law. It's also very needed to comply with these obligations and enforce mechanisms that will help control that these commitments are met. And this is something that will only be efficient if we have independent bodies that will guarantee and ensure this compliance. And when it comes to the guarantee of compliance, when it comes to the rights of our citizens, our jurisdictional our legal system can be economically expensive, and obviously integrity is something that we need to guarantee inside of the core of our government, ensuring the right to access information in a brief deadline and in an agile manner and fashion with no cost for our citizens. And precisely when taking this message is where we shine, I would say. In 2024, we evaluated the compliance for transparency of 291 public administrations and organizations, and we solved more than 2,000 claims from people that were denied the access to public information, 65% of them with success. So we do have many other functions, but obviously I'm running out of time, I'm sorry. Please access our website so that you can, get some more
Access to
information. Thank you so
being a
much.
central, I think, thread across both our panels, in fact. Daniela, you engage a lot, of course, with civil society across different countries in your role. Can you just share some thoughts on building coalitions and to support reform? And in particular, share with us how we can strengthen transparency and inclusion through global initiatives.
Thank you, Zuki. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I represent the UNCAC Coalition. We're a global network of around 400 civil society organizations in over 120 countries committed to the implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption, the UNCAC, which is the only nearly global anti-corruption treaty with 192 states parties to date. At the heart of our work lies coalition building, bringing together diverse actors to advance key reforms to fight corruption. Because one thing is clear, no government can fight corruption alone. It takes coordinated multi-stakeholder action, governments, civil society, media, academia, the private sector, etc., all playing their part, as the UNCAC itself recognizes in Article 13. However, we see many states are completely disregarding this legally binding commitment under the convention and are restricting civic space, attacking, intimidating, and even killing civil society, working on anti-corruption and other cross-cutting issues. What we have found helps is being part of coalitions can provide some protection. There is power in numbers. And we're happy to be able to provide a platform for exchange of experiences and approaches, connecting civil society organizations with each other to advance key reforms. However, we need coalitions between governments and civil society to really drive impact. In OGP, this approach is well established. In UNCAC processes, it's still a work in progress. That's why we focused so much on promoting transparency and meaningful participation in UNCAC implementation, country reviews, and fora, ensuring that civil society can engage constructively in identifying problems, proposing reforms, and following up on implementation. A good example of what coalition building can achieve is the UNCAC IRM initiative, which was launched by the UK government in partnership with the UNCAC Coalition and OGP in 2023. Through collective advocacy with governments and civil society, we succeeded in getting more than 60 states to commit to 3 key principles: transparency, inclusiveness, and participation in UNCAC country reviews and their follow-up, and inclusion of this in OGP national action plans. This was a major milestone adopted at the 10th COSP in late 2023, including states not part of OGP. Our takeaway from this experience: building coalitions works. When government, civil society, and international partners align on a common goal, real commitments follow. But commitments on paper are not enough. We must ensure implementation in practice. That's why our coalition is now focused on the next big opportunity, strengthening the next phase of the UNCAC implementation review mechanism. This mechanism currently lacks a structured follow-up process, like in OGP, meaning OGP actually does have this, we're learning from OGP, meaning there's little accountability in UNCAC implementation reviews, where countries actually implement the recommendations that they received in previous reviews. Yeah. Negotiations on this next phase are ongoing, with a resolution launching it expected to be adopted at the next COSP in December. For us, it's crucial that this next phase of the IRM be more transparent, more inclusive, more efficient, and more effective, with meaningful opportunities for civil society participation and public access to information. We're working closely with our global network to advance these reforms. Over 400 NGOs, academics, and so on have already signed an open letter calling for a stronger and more inclusive next phase of the IRM. And we're also working with the UN Geneva Fora, resulting in an unprecedented support from UN special rapporteurs, also calling for greater transparency and participation in this process. So today we call on all OGP governments, and I'm finalizing, which are also UNCAC states parties, to stay true to their commitment to open government by actively participating in the next round of negotiations on this resolution on 5th to 7th of November, and speaking up for civil society inclusion and transparency in the next phase of the review mechanism. Finally, other ways of OGP and UNCAC synergies, including follow-up on resolutions, on UNCAC resolutions in OGP national action plans. There are so many resolutions on crucial topics, on whistleblower protection, on public procurement, on gender and corruption, and as we heard, on political transparency, finance transparency as well. And finally, my last sentence, I promise, Suki. The stronger the UNCAC process globally, the stronger our shared efforts to advance key reforms also nationally and locally. So let's all join together in a coalition to advance reforms. Thank you.
Excellent, great. Thanks, Daniela. There's no better forum than this to make strong and concrete calls in terms of coalition building. Thank you. Let's move over to a little bit on business. I think the private sector, for me, certainly is an area of fascination. As the incoming state co-chair of the OGP in Nigeria and bringing in the perspective of the private sector, Olusoji, could you just share why you consider it important to engage the business community in integrity reforms and just talk about some actions and reforms in relation to your sector?
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. The first statement that I would make is that you cannot ignore the power of the private sector. All over the world, the private sector, some of them are getting more powerful than states. Yeah. And their influence, both positive and on the destructive side, is what we're having to live with. So if you don't have the private sector at the table, it's a very important constituency that you've left out. Second reason, in a place like Nigeria where we have struggled with issues of dealing with corruption perception, the private sector seems to know exactly how to deal with it when it affects them. The Maritime Anti-Corruption Network came together, partnered with the government of Nigeria because of the UK Bribery Act that made failure to prevent bribery an offense. And because they could get locked up in the UK, at least prosecuted in the UK for these sorts of things, they decided to become part of the solution. They started working from 2012 when it came into force, but by 2019, they got a breakthrough because all the time they were seeking to realign incentives. Their incentives with the government's incentives, with the incentives of the public officials. In 2019, we had 266 cases of demands for large unreceipted cash payments in US dollars from the vessels. That fell to 128 cases in 2020. At first we thought it was COVID, then to 84 cases, 48 cases, 45 cases, and last year only 30 cases. So real year-on-year reduction in the harms that the private sector was facing. Yeah. Last year alone, with the help desk that the private sector put in place, they managed to save themselves over $300,000 in these unreceipted demands. So I think that it's an important piece of the solution that we're missing if we don't include the private sector. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think really, really important as a player to consider them in terms of our ecosystem as we talk about them. Gary, over to you. Political finance transparency in South Africa is an issue. We've had some reform discussions, and despite some research indicating some of these challenges, Parliament recently essentially agreed to an element weakening transparency, or rather, transparency provisions in relation to political party financing. Could you share some opportunities that you feel there are for civil society to partner with other stakeholders in order to broaden understanding, but also really to kind of deepen the deepen public awareness in relation to political party financing, which we also heard some of in our previous panel.
Thank you. Is this working? Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel, to share these experiences with you from South Africa. As Amira in the first panel indicated, political finance is not a popular issue over which to collaborate between government and civil society, and that has been the case in South Africa. Litigation by civil society led to our political finance law a few years ago, and within just a few years, Parliament has actually weakened the standards of transparency in that law. And for that reason, civil society is now looking to broaden its partnerships with other stakeholders to push back, because despite public participation in the parliamentary process that called for stricter standards in our disclosure laws on political finance, Parliament weakened them. So what My Vote Counts is doing is taking the transparency that is now allowed in terms of the new law, but not very effective transparency, because our Electoral Commission publishes these reports online in PDF format in very obscure places, and most people don't have access to that and can't afford to download that very detailed and voluminous report. So My Vote Counts has produced a graphic interface on its website that enables you to see in visual form the money flows from big donors to which political parties. So now we can see very easily in picture format who's paying whom and where the influence might be being exerted. However, My Vote Counts is currently in the process of improving that so that users can apply different filters, asking themselves various questions. I want to know about a particular donor that's been reported on. I want to know about a particular political party, and I want to see their relationship. And so My Vote Counts is improving that. But it's doing this in collaboration with civic tech organizations. So it can't do it alone, so it's relying on that partnership. It's also now building a partnership with the South African National Editors Forum to train journalists to report on this very complex law and these very obscure relationships, because most political funding is still not disclosed. We're finding, for example, that the largest political party received 80% of its funding in the last financial year from other sources that it didn't have to disclose in terms of our party financing law. So it needs investigative journalists to dig into that and find out what are those other sources, should they be included in the legislation. And then another initiative that My Vote Counts is undertaking is picking up on some work that I did some years ago with another NGO, which is to look at political parties' governance, internal governance. Do they disclose how they select their leadership? Do they disclose their political platform? Do they disclose how they choose candidates? And then, because all of this is really required in terms of a number of African Union instruments of transparency, so that we can have elections that are credible, that have integrity, but we cannot do it without that information being publicized. So My Vote Counts is entering into partnerships with political parties to, in terms of these global standards, continental standards, to share this information and to educate the public as to what they should be able to expect from political parties when they gain power.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Gary. And with our remaining few minutes, I'd really like to give a chance to our panel. We were given a little bit of space to be a little bit provocative, so I would really like to hear from the panel if we really have a few minutes, less than 5, a question or a provocation to throw back to a fellow panelist or to the panel, and I will cut it in between or even before it's done if we must. But any provocations, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, a quick one for Albania. I was very impressed to hear of the extent they had gone to for corruption prevention. The fact that they're using standard operating procedures and creating integrity plans for every single area of the government. That is very impressive. That was how we managed to reduce the cases in Nigeria. It was through publishing those SOPs as well.
Wonderful. I like that. And I think the theme carrying itself through. We can't have the response to Albania on the panel because, but I do see, Mariam, do you want to share a provocation? Thank you.
Yes, I want to ask a question to my Nigerian colleague because we are often afraid and cautious to intervene to the business and to set standards of integrity rules for businesses. And my question is how business reacts to the public integrity rules and whether there are any balance and regulations of state integrity rules that are also applied in relation to the businesses as well in Nigeria.
Okay, very quickly, all over the world, business doesn't react well to regulation. That's the first thing you need to understand about business. But business reacts very well to risk to their profits.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, if you can frame it in the light of a risk to their continued growth or their ability to sustain the profits, you will catch their attention. And if you can keep that as the reason for whatever it is you're asking them to do, you will get some of them complying. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. One last provocation before we close.
Thank you. Más que una...
Well, rather than a question, I would like to make an addendum to my first intervention, just to remark that the Council of Transparency, as I've said, it is a body that has an almost jurisdictional function, so it has limited capability to act jointly with civil society organization. But in Spain, we have civil society organizations that are very active and that are constantly trying to move on and to push the boundaries of public information access. And when they don't have a positive response by the administrations, they look for the Council of Transparency protection. And the vast majority of the times, as they are right, if we apply the law, we grant it. So in this sense, the Council of Transparency is supporting stakeholder of the activity of civil society, so to speak.
I think it is actually very fitting that we end off on a Spanish input for our panel. Very fitting. Thank you so much. And I really want to say thank you to our panel for really great interventions for both our entire panel. And I think we've heard the linkages. We've heard the emphasis around the importance of coalition building. We've heard the emphasis on needing to ensure that we don't leave any stakeholders behind, and in partnering with a range of coalitions. I won't be able to get through everything we need to get through, except to say really, it is, I think, an affirmation of the importance of multilateral, multi-stakeholder work. It is an affirmation of the fundamental need. In our first panel, there was the link also made to the social justice agenda, the bottom line being transforming lives, whether it's access to information, whistleblower protection, and everything we've spoken about across our panels. Really great set of speakers. Thank you for your interventions, and thank you for, more or less, I think, keeping to time before we get kicked off. I also just want to say thank you for your attention, and I hope that you will be able to engage with our speakers in the hallway, at tea time, at lunch. Thank you, everyone. Well done. Could I also just call the speakers from the first panel to come and join us for a quick photo, please?
Please remind that the next high-level panel on open justice will begin at 10:30. El panel de alto nivel sobre justicia abierta comenzará a las 10:30. El panel de alto nivel sobre justicia abierta comenzará en 5 minutos. Por favor, tomad asiento. The high-level panel on open justice is about to start. Please take your seats. Please remind that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices, connected to your headphones and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden que para poder escuchar la interpretación deben usar sus propios dispositivos, conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. Las instrucciones se muestran en pantalla. Instructions are shown on the screen. El panel de alto nivel sobre justicia abierta va a comenzar. Por favor, tomad asiento. The high-level panel on open justice is about to start. Please take your seats.
Everyone, thank you for being here and welcome to the high-level panel on open justice. It's a great pleasure to be here with you this morning. My name is Maaike de Lange. I work in the OECD Public Governance Directorate, where I lead the work on justice and the rule of law, which is grounded in the OECD recommendation on access to justice and people-centered justice. And that recommendation is the culmination of 10 years of work on justice with OECD member and partner countries. And interestingly, and not surprisingly, I would say, it is very much aligned with the values and ideas of the Open Government Partnership. Open government, openness, transparency, accountability, and an open attitude to learning and improving the justice sector and public governance in general. So it's really my pleasure to be here, building on this strong partnership also between OECD and OGP. And justice is actually one of the most popular areas of work in the OGP context, and the number of justice commitments is growing, continues to grow. We had an excellent panel on Tuesday here, where some of this work by OGP national members as well as local members was presented. We're here today also to relaunch the OGP Coalition on Justice, which is a group of OGP members who are working on the Open Government Challenge on Justice. And I was told there will be printouts of the terms of reference in the room. I don't see them, but if anyone is in the room who is interested to learn more about the OGP Coalition on Justice, please do reach out to us after the session. Without further ado, I would like to turn to our panel. We have a distinguished panel for you who will speak to us. And I will start with Mr. Mauricio Silva Canquino, Judge of the Supreme Court of Justice of Chile. It's an honor to have you with us. And my first question to you would be about the work that your Supreme Court has been doing in opening the justice system in Chile, and whether you could share some of your experiences as well as a concrete example of how you have worked on open justice.
Okay. Primero que nada.
Well, first of all, I'm going to speak in Spanish, so we don't have much time, so I'll get to the nitty-gritty, I'll get to the examples. I think that the fifth plan of government action started in 2022, so we were able to settle the open state in Chile since then. That was more specified in 2023. In year 2022, remember that we developed an awareness plan, an inclusion plan about the open justice principles. We did that in 2022, and this was approved by more than 10,000 public servants in every layer of the state bodies, and that meant 89% of the total amount of public servants then. So it was a great success. For year 2023, as I was saying, we set the national table of open state, and the open state leader is the executive power. And the judicial power, together with the national parliament and MPs in general, the academia, the academic network of open government and civil society, we are all part of this roundtable. And as observers, CEPA and PNVD were part of it too. And fourth, what do we expect for 2026? Well, we just expect to create national or subnational mechanisms so that based on social justice and open justice, they can be applied on the territories according to what we've designed for the country as a whole. But we should limit this to the different territories. And for this, we count on the citizen community and its different organizations. This is what I could say about this.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And I think that's a very inspiring example of how different actors collaborate. We call that, of course, a whole of society approach in OECD context, also in OGP context, not only between the executive and the judiciary, but also between national and local level, between government and civil society. So thank you very much for sharing that. And maybe if you could say a few words on the coalition, the coalition, the OGP Coalition on Justice, which, as I mentioned at the start, we're relaunching here today, and what kind of actions you would recommend for other countries and what your hopes are for the coalition.
Bueno,
well,
en la misma línea.
I would say that following the same line that the coalition promotes, we are integrating the coalition, and that's an honor for us, of course. We have to strengthen independence, transparency, so, well, basically the basic principles, accountability and response capacity of the institutions in front of the community. So I would say towards society as a whole. This would be the main point, and we should look for the inclusion of specific participation approaches so that policies and judicial services, in terms of design, can have a direct conversation with people, so to speak, with citizens. This would mean that they should have the possibility of having a right access to justice. This would be one of the important items. And we also take into account the action of favoring meeting spaces that are collaboration spaces. This is one of the principles of open justice and innovation, to foster joint ideas through different efforts, like, for example, network work, collective intelligence, etc., and to strengthen the relationship between states and societies, and between societies, civil societies, and citizens, and to strengthen the relationship between the state and the academia, and to make the long story short, to strengthen the bonds with the different institutions that are part of the state or around the state in Chile. And to summarize, to use the available capacity of the community, because this way we are trying to recover the trust that has been weakened or even lost. I think that this is happening in many countries, but especially in ours. And that's a way, and I will finish with this, that's a way of getting closer to the ideal of a society that is more fair, that is more free, and that has a democratic dimension that is stronger and more sustainable. This is what I could say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we would all love to hear from you about these experiences for much longer. So I encourage everyone who would like to learn more about the important work that's been going on in Chile to look it up. I would like to thank the Supreme Court of Chile for their leadership in taking on this responsibility in the context of the OGP Coalition on Justice. And then I would like to turn to our next speaker, who is the co-leader of this OGP coalition, Catherine McKinnon, who is head of the Access to Justice Secretariat and Justice Canada. And my question to you, Catherine, would be, the Department of Justice, of course, of Canada has been at the forefront globally. We use Canada as an example in many cases. Could you tell us a little bit more specifically on the concrete actions and commitments that Canada has taken on towards more open justice and people-centered justice?
Thank you, Micah, and good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be part of this important discussion today. I appreciated hearing about Chile's ambitious initiatives. Thank you, Minister Silva. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from our other esteemed panelists. I'm pleased to share some examples of the work that Canada is doing to promote a people-centered approach to justice. Justice Canada's Access to Justice Secretariat, where I work, was created in 2019 with a specific mandate to serve as a focal point and champion for the very specific objective of advancing people-centered justice. 2019 was also the year that Canada hosted the OGP Global Summit in Ottawa. And Justice Canada actively participated in that event and was a founding member of the OGP Coalition on Justice, which was formed when the summit closed. Coalition members agreed to work together to accelerate ambitious reforms and commitments aimed at achieving open, accessible, and inclusive justice systems. And there's also an opportunity for members to connect bilaterally to share learnings on mechanisms to advance people-centered justice. In keeping with our participation on the coalition, following the 2019 summit, Justice Canada proposed the inclusion of its first open justice commitment in Canada's 5th National Action Plan on Open Government. Our commitment to people-centered justice was central to the justice proposals that were included in our National Action Plan. And we organized the justice theme around 4 pillars that support a people-centered approach. These were collecting and sharing data, identifying and sharing promising practices, advancing legal literacy and empowerment, and fostering partnerships to advance access to justice. Being part of the National Action Plan, a whole-of-government initiative, amplified the profile of people-centered justice both at the level of the federal government and also in our international commitments. And the accountability measures that are associated with an action plan, including public reporting requirements, help to provide momentum and support for our identified activities. We were proud to be able to report successful completion of our justice commitment at the conclusion of our National Action Plan in December 2024. And we are now applying the lessons we learned from that experience to our next set of open justice proposals.
Excellent. And for you, the same follow-up question, very briefly, please.
Yes.
What's your priorities in the context of the coalition? What do you hope other countries will work on?
Well, this is an exciting moment as we relaunch the OGP Coalition on Justice in the context of the ambitious OpenGov Challenge. And Canada is proud to continue its membership on the coalition, and we are honored to have the privilege to serve as co-chair of this initiative with the Supreme Court of Chile. We hope to have the pleasure of working with and learning from many of you as members of the coalition as well. Canada is now in the process of developing its next National Action Plan on Open Government, which we hope to finalize by the end of this year. This time we're focusing our justice proposals on data and research, which are critical to achieving people-centered justice. Initial public consultations on Canada's next National Action Plan identified the need for more interactive data applications to support the design of inclusive programs and services. So our proposed commitment would aim to make relevant and reliable justice data more accessible and user-friendly through techniques such as interactive dashboards and infographics. For example, the results from our national legal needs surveys have been published in the past, but we've learned that the data is not easy for everyone to apply and access. By publishing this data in more accessible formats, we hope to allow more people to benefit from these valuable research findings and in that way contribute in a concrete way to advancing people-centered justice. Achieving equal access to justice for all is not a challenge that we can tackle alone, and the coalition offers a valuable opportunity for collaboration and mutual support. We hope that those of you who are not already coalition members will consider joining us, and as Micah says, I think there will be more information available in the room, and certainly we're happy to discuss with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine, and also for emphasizing not just the importance of open justice data, but also user-friendly and accessible open data. I will continue to our third distinguished speaker on this panel, Mr. Dustin Mlambo, who is the Deputy Chief Justice of South Africa. We're honored to have you with us. Your office and your courts are also working on a very concrete commitment towards more open justice in the coming month. So could you please describe to us what really the problem is that you're trying to address, how you're going about it, and also, and that's my second question, I will ask them both in one go, what really are the results and the impacts that you expect from this commitment?
Thank you very much, and thanks for being in this great panel. I'm hearing lots of great ideas, and I look forward to hearing more and to learning and taking them back to South Africa. I'm here not representing the judiciary. I represent a grassroots organization called the Community Advice Offices of South Africa, which is a network of offices spread across the whole of South Africa that is manned by paralegals. I'm here to talk about a great project that we've engaged in to look at the demand side of legal services, especially from those who can't afford their own legal representation. Now, we, as a grassroots entity, spoke to the Legal Practice Council, which is the regulator for lawyers, but which is state-funded, to come with a project where we establish legal help desks based in the courtrooms that are manned by the paralegals. Now, the reason behind that was a lot of people in South Africa lose their homes, are unable to access the justice system because they don't afford lawyers. But sometimes when they are dragged to court, say by the banks who are threatening to take their houses, they come to court and these legal aid help desks connect them through the Legal Practice Council with lawyers who deal with their cases on a pro bono basis. So that's the one facet where you see government funding LPC and also funding these legal aid help desks. But more than that, we source funding from government to fund these community advice offices wherever they are, to sort of assist Legal Aid South Africa. I'm sure those of you know that South Africa has a very well-developed legal aid system, but its priority is criminal legal aid. And the problem is to cover civil legal aid, which is that facet that ensures that society has confidence in the justice system. So through this project, we have help desks in Gauteng, which is the most populous province in South Africa, and which also houses the busiest courts in South Africa. We've rolled it out there, and it's working wonderfully. We've also rolled it in the Free State, which is another of the provinces in South Africa, and it's working very well. So this is our contribution to the open justice system to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. The paralegals in the courts space don't only provide practical legal advice, because they may not be lawyers, but they know the practical application of the law, sometimes better than some lawyers. So they also assist indigent and unrepresented litigants who want to access court cases through the digital system that the courts have introduced. So they're playing a dual role in that regard. So I can say a lot more about it if you want, but maybe let me keep it
I would
there.
love
Thank
to
you.
hear more, but I'm looking at the clock.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Thank you also for emphasizing the importance of paralegals who can really be a bridge between individuals' experience and then the complex procedures in courts. And the importance that is for people's experience of the justice system. So I will actually move on to our next speaker, Mr. Alejandro Ponce, who is the Executive Director of the World Justice Project. The World Justice Project publishes the Rule of Law Index every year. We're eagerly awaiting this year's index at the end of the month. With all this data, can you, that you have and that you, of course, analyze, can you tell us a little bit about the connection between open justice and the effectiveness of justice systems, and maybe also reflect on some of the experiences that you've heard so far?
Thank you, Micah, and thank you for the invitation for being here in this panel. Let me start by
identifying some of the links between open justice and an effective justice system. In general, we know that open justice refers to clear procedures or rules that promote transparency, participation, and accountability. And this indeed changes the incentives of justice actors. So the link comes in 3 different ways. So the first one is judicial performance at the individual level. So when we have clear procedures, when we have courts that are open, that people understand what's going on in their cases. They understand the timeliness, they understand where their cases are, they understand their decisions, when the audiences are open. So that generates trust in the public. So the public indeed understand what's going on in their cases. When the people can indeed get into the court, that generates accountability. So because just the media can indeed report on what's happening, people can know what's happening. When people can complain about something that they saw, that generates accountability. So that's a first step in which, or the first mechanism by which open justice indeed promotes more effective justice system. The second one is at the systemic level. So we were hearing some examples about cases in which there is more information about what's going on in the courts. So in which we know about the duration of cases or backlogs or the results of surveys, then that indeed helps monitoring and promotes accountability and indeed allows for better design of public policies. More people have information and are able to participate in the process of the design of public policies. The last one is information at the systemic level. So information about budgets, information about how the system operates, information about selection, appointments, sanctions. All of that matters, again, just for generating accountability, conflicts of interest of individual people. So all these 3 elements, indeed, if we think about it, help together to generate more trust in the system. Now, going to your point. So unfortunately, there is not a lot of information at the global level that can allow us to identify those links empirically. Today, there are not measures for a large number of countries on open justice. Indeed, together with some partners in this group, we are developing some indicators that can help us monitor open justice in a country or in different countries. But the reality is that there is not information that can allow us to see that at the systemic level. Now, there is information that we have in the index that can provide some indication, and I think, let me just give 3 brief highlights of this. So number 1 is countries that in general are more open usually have better performing systems. Number 2 is that in general, reforms that tend to address openness are more effective when they are holistic, when they are trying to promote integrity and effectiveness. It's not only about openness, but it's also about just promoting better justice systems for the people. And third is that reforms in general addressing openness tend to show quick results. So people feel it very quickly. To your second question, Mike, I think it's probably 3 points. I think it's first, it's very encouraging to hear that there are some already some innovations, hearing some stories, hearing the relaunch of the coalition. I think that's exciting. It's a movement that it's starting. So that's very, very encouraging. Number 2 is just having this conversation in this forum. So the fact that we are coordinating agendas, that we are linking or seeing the connections between the agenda of open government, the agenda of people-centered justice, and really identifying ways in which we can coordinate and collaborate, it's very encouraging, and indeed, it's a way of promoting better justice systems. The third one is, of course, that we are at the beginning. So even though it's very encouraging, but we're still at the very beginning, the challenges are huge. We have heard over all the conference the challenges on trust, the challenges on justice, the challenges on even judicial independence that we have heard.
But I think at the same time that open justice can promote, indeed can be a great facilitator for promoting better justice systems. I think that the best antidote for all of this is, at the end of the day, just providing better services for the people, just encouraging trust, and open justice can be a great facilitator. And indeed, in this moment, just a great defense just for supporting judicial independence.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. We'll now move to Sierra Leone, our last speaker on the first part of the panel, because we have a second round with more speakers for you. Our last speaker now is Mr. Abdul Fatoma, who is the Executive Director of the Campaign for Human Rights and Development in Sierra Leone. Thank you for being with us. So your organization is working with the Office of the Ombudsman and the Attorney General to help people address complaints in their problems with public administration when they're accessing public services. So we heard a little bit about the focus on criminal law that is typical in the legal aid sector, and in the part of people-centered justice, we like to also focus on civil and administrative justice problems that people face. So this is where you are now working on a new open government challenge commitment. So could you please share your experiences and how people's needs and experiences are taken into account? And I will add the second question, which is working as a CEO with government. Can you also share a little bit of those experiences, how that is, what are the challenges and opportunities?
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be among the esteemed panelists. Civil society play a vital role in ensuring that justice systems are effective, fair, and accountable to the public. And access to justice is a fundamental human right. And lack of trust and confidence in our public system run through across, and it hits hardly on the judiciary or the justice system. Maladministration has been a challenge. And the Office of the Ombudsman that deals with public administrative justice issue deals with two critical issues. Trust, on administrative issues. You believe that public administration should provide fairness, and confidence to the people. And in Sierra Leone in 1991, we adopted our new constitution. And by then, we transitioned into civil war. And that civil war lasted for 11 years. And in between the civil war, we had our election before peace challenges. And in 1997, we had our Ombudsman's Act. So looking at the scenario, we already have challenges. Not everyone was involved, part of building that legislation. So a lot of citizens were not aware about it. And between that mix, we overcome the civil war, and now a lot has been done since 1997 to date. And we are challenged with maladministration issues, lack of confidence in public institutions. And so our organization initiates an idea to work with the Office of the Ombudsman and the Attorney General to review the Act by engaging citizens to participate, because we missed that opportunity. And with that, we'll be able to build confidence and trust in public administration and public, justice administrative system in the country. We approached the Office of the Attorney General, and he was so much welcoming, and through the OGP unit at the National Civic Commission, and they coordinated it, having a civil society and government partnership relationship for us to move forward. So we engaged the citizenry, about the importance and what are their other views in terms of getting to amend this law. And currently, we are collecting those views at community level, at state institution level, from civil society level, and university level. We have been more focused on amending laws in Sierra Leone and also initiating new laws. For example, like the data protection law for the very first time. We initiate that because data protection is quite important in nowadays. And we engage university students, informal sector, and the formal sector, institutions that own private data on people. So with that, we try to create the opportunity for open citizens, a governance system, wherein citizens will be able to directly be part of the law that will be governing them.
Excellent, thank you so much. So another a different form of engagement, particularly in the legislative process that you are sharing with us, and the collaboration with both the Office of the Ombudsman and the Attorney General. So I would like to ask the audience to help me in thanking this panel for their interventions. They will be in the room if you have more questions. Thank you very much. I will ask the second panel to, sorry. Thank you very much. I will ask the second panel to take the stage. It was already, thank you. It was already a tight program, and then our session was shortened a little bit. But just to look back a little bit while the other speakers take the stage on what we've heard, I think some recurring, please, any seat. Some recurring themes that we've heard in the first session. Collaboration between civil society and government, collaboration between the executive and the government. Any seat is fine. I will stick to the order that was assigned. Please. We've also heard about the importance of open justice for big questions in our society, such as trust, belief in democracy, the ability of people to really participate in their own court procedures, but also in the broader processes of designing justice services and designing legislation. So thank you all for being here. This is our second panel in this high-level session, and well, you have all the names on the screen, but I will of course introduce each speaker as I give them the floor. So you've been listening to the first panel, so please also reflect on some of the things you've heard. But I will start with Mr. Samuel Arias Arzeno, who is Judge of the First Chamber of the Supreme Court of Justice of the Dominican Republic. Thank you so much for being here with us. And my question to you would be, what do you see as the biggest signs of progress in the Dominican Republic? A lot has been happening, in particular in making the justice system more open, accessible, and accountable. And then I would like to give you the opportunity to reflect a little bit. You just organized a very big international conference, Open Justice Conference, in August, if I'm not mistaken, bringing together judiciaries from around the world. So maybe also reflect a little bit on what you've taken from those conversations that you can share with the audience today. Please.
Thank you, Mikey, for the question, and thanks OGP for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful panel. And let's go in Spanish. Okay. En cuanto a los...
So, regarding the advancements that we can present in the Dominican Republic, I think we should focus on two main factors. First of all, the participation of our citizens in the processes for the legal processes, and also the digitalization. First of all, our citizens have been participating proactively in the creation of the jurisdictional plan. We do have a body that has become a forum for discussion between the different legal actors and the civil society, and this allows us to implement the very necessary public policies focused on our people, and it helps us also to make our justice a more open justice, fairer for our people. Regarding the use of digital means, the law for the use of digital means in the jurisdictional power has been a huge tool that collaborates when it comes to facilitate the services in our legal system. We also could talk about we one of the tools that has been the most important in the context of legal expert and legal expertise. This application presents the jurisdictional decisions from every court in the Dominican Republic, and this helps a lot with transparency, as you can imagine. We also implemented the law for digital means, and we have platforms that facilitate the access to some jurisdictional procedures as well. And with regards to the Open Justice Conference, I would like to say, first of all, thank you. Thank you to OGP for the trust that they have in us. And then I would like to add that the Dominican Republic jurisdictional power has been the host of this first Open Justice Conference, which had never been the case before. We had never had this opportunity before. This was the first time it happened in history, and we are so proud. And this became a space for dialogue that was so interesting because it brought together legal actors, legal experts, members from the from the civil society, and this gave us the Santo Domingo Declaration that establishes the principles that we can follow and some guidelines in order to aim for a more open justice in every country. And we also created a surveillance or oversight committee for this matter, together with the different countries that are also members and are committed to this declaration, this first declaration. And I would like to end saying that we have seen how the jurisdictional powers have been attacked everywhere in the world, and I think there are some things that we should reflect on in this sense. National security is key when we have a threat to our jurisdictional power anywhere in the world. It's also a threat for every other country. Sometimes we don't think that it's going to happen to us, but we should be ready. And on the other side, as we awaken the trust of our citizens in the jurisdictional power, we will find in our citizens the biggest ally to defend the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing the digitalization into this discussion. Of course, open justice and open data relies heavily on digitalization. And also the dimension of perhaps the fragility. The openness also brings a certain risk, and there's certainly in this day and age considerations of security to be taken into account. So I will turn to our next speaker, Ms. Maria Filomena Singh, who is the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Thank you so much for being with us. You have worked quite impressively on the justice zones, I should say, in the Philippines. So could you please share some of that experience, the challenges you encountered, the problem you're addressing, and the impact that you are seeing? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and it is our privilege to be here and to share our experience. In Estonia in 2023, we were able to initially introduce the concept of justice zones in the Philippines. For the longest time, the delivery of justice in the country suffered from lack of public trust and constant complaints about delay and congestion. And that is because the 5 actors in the criminal justice system belong to different departments of the government. Most of them are in the executive department, and the judiciary is a different department. And so the delivery of the services was fragmented. So one department will do something and end there. They do not care what happens before or after. There is inefficiency, there is duplication of steps, and a waste of resources overall. And so that is what we targeted to do when we thought of establishing justice zones, because we said the delivery of justice is not just the work of the courts. when a case gets to court, it has already passed through the other steps in the process of, for example, a criminal investigation. And so we said we have to work together. And so that is what the justice zones are about. It's a sector approach to the delivery of justice. Instead of the usual blame passing, we now work as one. So there is no courts, just the courts, but now we talk about the justice sector. So it's a service that we all deliver together. If one fails, then we are all inefficient. We all fail. So that is the idea behind the justice zones. And I'm very pleased to announce that since the establishment of the first justice zone in 2014, that was 11 years ago, we have established 16. And we just got a report of study done by the European Union through the Governance in Justice program. And we received an 87% excellent to very good rating. So everyone, at least that percentage, were very happy with the services that they have received in our justice zones. So that was really a very good validation for us over the efforts that we have put in the last decade. We have emphasized transparency because that's the other thing that drives the trust ratings of the public. When the people do not understand what goes on in their cases, the suspicions are there, the doubts are there, and it may not necessarily be corruption, but it may be a basic lack of understanding of what the processes are. And so we have emphasized transparency now. So we have gone on a full blast information and education campaign. And now everything is done as a sector. So if we are explaining what the police officers are supposed to do, we are also explaining what the people next in line, like the prosecutors, are going to do next, and then what will the courts do next, and then what will the jail authorities do next until the end of the line. So it's a whole of government approach, but broken down into specifics on the ground, the actors that the people actually meet on a daily basis. So that's the whole idea of the justice zones. And we're about to launch our next Tri-City Justice Zone, the first week of November, against online sexual abuse and exploitation of children in a region which has been identified as the #1 in our country afflicted with this issue of online sexual abuse and exploitation. And we have the most recent report which says that 80% of Filipino children are actually at risk for this violation. And so we are launching a Tri-City Justice Zone that will bring our justice zones to 19. In the next 3 years, we will create and establish 20 more justice zones. The dream is, I call it my dream, I call it our dream. The dream is that one day, maybe 5 years, 10 years from now, the entire Philippines will be a justice zone.
That's a beautiful dream, and I think we can all dream with you that the entire world will be a justice zone. Yes. Thank you so much also for explaining how the sector as a whole came together and connect the information that they provide to the steps or the justice pathway or the justice journey that people are doing. I think that's a very inspiring example. So moving on now to our next speaker, Mr. Udo Jude-Ilo, who is the CEO of the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, HIL, in the Netherlands. Thank you for being with us. So HIL is also an important actor in collecting justice data from around the world. You conduct justice needs and satisfaction surveys in many countries. So both based on that data, and what you've heard so far in this panel, could you reflect on the connection between open justice and the effectiveness of the justice sector?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. It's such an honor to be here. I think listening to the conversation and from the information we've gotten from our data, it's pretty clear that when the justice system sees itself from the eyes of the users, it becomes more effective, it becomes more responsive, it becomes credible. Conversely, when it doesn't, it becomes something that is isolated, distant from the people, and they don't have a clue what to do with it. And in our Justice Needs Satisfaction Survey, it's become clear that in a lot of places, 80 to 90% of the population do not interact with the formal justice system simply because they don't understand it. They will rather deal with the informal justice system that is closer to them and that they can understand. Data tells us that the process of developing justice solutions matter to people even more than the outcome. Because when they are involved in the development of the justice solution, their daily realities, their needs are reflected in those solutions. And this is something they find really, really important. Secondly, the sense of ownership is important because they feel this is ours. We are part of this. This is not something that is brought from somewhere and dropped on us. So that sense of connection when they're involved in that process. And so the Justice Needs Survey does exactly that because it allows people to provide some feedback, some reflection on their interaction with the justice system. And it is such a robust tool because, one, the sample size is massive, 4,000 plus in each country. Secondly, the interview time is long, one-on-one interview for 30 to 50 minutes. And sometimes we do a 3-year journey with justice users to see their situation in the first year, their situation in the second year, their situation in the third year. And at the end of that exercise, the system is able to see itself from the eyes of the people. And there's always significant changes when that happens. And I will give some examples. I know it's in your second question, but let me give some examples. So in Burkina Faso, for instance, we go in there with the Justice Needs Survey, and 94% of the population would rather go to the informal justice services. 94%. That then led to a constitutional reform that recognized those informal justice systems, traditional justice systems, and incorporated them into the legal framework of the country, opening the space for more than 90% of their population to address their justice solutions in a much more sustainable way. In a place like Niger, when we went in with the Justice Needs Survey, it came out clearly that one of their biggest problems is land. Land resolution of conflict around land was a bit fractious. When the designs were implemented with the people, in some communities, land disputes went down from 200 per annum to 20. And so it just goes to show that a system that is built around the needs of the people, that is accountable to the people, because that is also really crucial, and that is credible, makes it easy for justice solutions to be achieved and for people to walk away knowing that the justice system knows their name, knows their need.
Thank you so much. Very, very good example of how engagement can lead to connection, openness can lead to understanding and trust. I think these are some of the recurring themes that we are hearing, and the need to have people-centered justice data to be able to see with the eyes of the users. I will turn to our next speaker, Mr. Manuel Olmedo, who is Secretary of State for Justice, Ministry of the Presidency, Justice and Parliamentary Relationships here in Spain. Thank you for hosting the OGP Summit here in Spain. We also look forward to another big event that the Ministry of Justice of Spain will be hosting in November, the OECD Global Roundtable on Access to Justice. My question to you for this panel is, of course, the reason you're hosting some of these big events is that you've been making a lot of progress nationally in Spain. So what do you see as the biggest signs of progress, and how do you think others can learn from that, and what results are you achieving?
Thank you very much, Mike, and it is an honor for me to be here as well. And let me, in the first place, thank everybody for doing the effort of coming here to Spain, to Vitoria, to share your best practices in the field of open governmentship and also open justice. As you just said, we have gone in Spain in the last years through a very intense transformation times in the field of justice. We maybe are under the most important transformation in decades, and we want to, or we would like to get a more efficient, inclusive, and accessible system of justice for as a public service as we consider justice. Justice is a very complex concept. It refers to many things, to a right, to a power, in the traditional scheme of the division of powers, but also is a public service like healthcare or education. Any transformation in the field of justice needs to be accompanied by legal transformation, because we need to give legal certainty. Judges are the protectors of our rights, and we have to give them the legal tools to go through this transformation. So we have gone through this legal transformation with in three aspects: organizational, procedural, and digital, all with this approach of having the person, the people in the center of our decisions, of our policies. And we have also a digital approach. These are two different approaches, but they are somehow complementary. For example, if we talk about people-centered justice, we're talking about considering the person in their specific circumstances at that moment. Of course, if that person is a victim, that is clear. We have all the European and national, is that me? We have all the European and national legislation to protect victims, but we have to take also into account the possibility of dealing with minors, or this is better? Okay. You couldn't hear me before?
Yes, we heard you.
Okay.
We heard you.
So, or maybe it's not just a minor or an old person, but a person going through a vulnerable situation because of discapacity, or simply because they lost someone, or they're going through a divorce and they have to face courts, and facing courts for just everybody is difficult. So we have to take into account these people, these circumstances. This is people-centered justice. And with the digital approach, for example, we have implemented a tool to, let's say, translate juridical language to plain language, because sometimes, as the colleague said before, the problem is that people don't understand the process. They don't know what they can expect about their judicial process or going before court. So this is a way of making them participate in justice, getting to know exactly what the judge is saying, or even if it's an administrative paper, not a judicial decision, to understand what this paper is saying. And this is thanks to the digital transformation as well. So it's a way of reducing gaps in society, all kinds of gaps, without creating a new one, the digital gap, which is very important. And in terms of accountability, for us, it is very important. I think that Canadian, yes, it was a Canadian colleague who pointed that out before, to share the data that we gather. We have passed from a document-based justice system to a data-oriented system, so we have a lot of data. And a way of making people participate and being accountable is sharing this information, this data. We have this web portal called justicia.datos.es, justicia.datos.es, where we share a big part of the data that we gather. That helps us take better decisions, but also the public to know what's going on, and if the decisions that are taken by the public administrations are pointed in the right direction or not. We have also what we call the Carpeta Justicia, the justice folder. That is something that you can have in your smartphone, and you can get certificates from public registries, for example, a birth certificate, a marriage certificate, criminal record certificate. But you can also know, if you have a procedure before court, in which point that procedure is. This is, of course, very helpful for professionals, for lawyers, but also for people. And this is a way of making people participate in the process, knowing exactly where they are and not having to, let's say, rely on what the lawyer are telling them. Lawyers are, most of them, reliable, but this is a double check that people can have from the lawyers and from the system.
Thank you so much, and I think the way you described it also demonstrates how people are empowered through that type of information. If they have the right information in the right format at the right time, it empowers them to be active participants in the process, to understand what's happening And if you haven't been following the developments in the Spanish justice sector, it's truly quite impressive, this transformation, first the digitalization, and then using the information that was digitalized to make it very accessible for people so that their experience is better. Thank you very much. I will turn to our last speaker, last but certainly not least, Mr. Alvaro Herrero, Executive Director of the International Open Justice Network from Argentina. Thank you so much for being with us. Now, your network is based in Argentina, but it actually brings together many countries that are leading on open justice data globally, where a lot has happened in the past year. So, based on that experience, can you reflect on this connection between open justice and effectiveness? And also, after everything we've heard, maybe reflect on some of the trends that you see in this area.
Thank you, Mike, very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. Let me start by saying that on behalf of the International Open Justice Network, we want to congratulate OGP for relaunching the OGP Coalition on Justice. It's a very important initiative that will have an impact at the regional and global level, and we from the network are willing to support it and partner in all different or any required aspects. So I want to express my support to Justice Cancino and Secretary McKinnon and to tell them that the Latin American and Caribbean community is willing to be part and be more active on the coalition. As for your question, we have seen extensive progress in the field of open data, not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also globally. From my point of view, I always think of open data as a Trojan horse, because we start thinking about publishing data and improving accountability, but in order to publish data, we need to have good quality data. So we start traveling backwards the road, right? So we start thinking, well, what kind of data do we have? And that's an exercise that judiciaries are increasingly doing, and it sparks very interesting technical and policy discussions, such as those related to data governance, right? So all of a sudden, the way in which judiciaries approach data changes, and it improves the amount of data that is available, and then the amount of data that is published. But having good quality data, high quality data, also has a very important effect on the ability of judiciaries of improving their diagnosis of the problems. So now that when you have better data, you are able to conduct better assessment of all the different problems that you have, for example, in terms of access to justice. So all of a sudden, now we have database assessments which increase the effectiveness of the interventions, right? So again, I think it's interesting to think of open data not as a technical, hardcore transparency measure, but a fundamental instrument to improve public trust in the judiciary, which is something that has been discussed in many, many panels. And also, when you have better data, you are able to do a better job in terms of measuring performance, which is another gap that in many countries, many judiciaries have. So nowadays, the improved capacity of generating data, having data that advise to high quality standards, that can be interoperable, ensures that judiciaries have better capacity of using that data to measuring performance, to design and implement performance indicators, and then at the end of the road to publish that data. Justice Samuel in the Dominican Republic has a very good example of this. They have a dashboard that presents data on real time about the amount of cases, for example, that are entering the system, or the amount of rulings, the amount of cases that are exiting the system. So when you have good data, you can improve the performance of the judiciary in a holistic way. So we are encouraging countries and judiciaries to improve the amount of data that they publish, to improve the quality of open data, but then that forces them to travel backwards this road, and at the end of the road, the results are much better, are more rewarding, and they do have an impact in improving public perception of the judiciary.
Thank you so much. So we've heard from earlier speakers about the importance of data for people to understand what's happening, but this, of course, is also a very critical aspect, using data to improve the system, to get a much better empirical understanding of what's really happening in the courts and how that's, and where the changes can be made, where the improvements can be made, and then connecting that to people's experiences and improving the outcomes. So thank you very much to all our speakers. We've been brutal with the time that we've allotted to you. As I said, from the first panel, certainly also goes for the speakers in this panel. They could all easily fill a full hour sharing their experience. So I really do encourage you to reach out, look at those examples. There's a reason they're up here. They're really quite remarkable leaders in this field. We've taken a trip around the world from Spain, the Philippines, Dominican Republic, South Africa, Sierra Leone, hearing experiences about improvement, and certainly also Chile and Canada, who we would like to thank very much for their leadership in this OGP Coalition on Justice. Again, we invite you all to connect. This panel should have given you plenty of inspiration in terms of commitments that you can make at the national level, at the local level. So I would like to ask you all to join me in thanking the panel and wishing you a very good end of this summit.
Dear friends, the OGP Award ceremony will begin in 10 minutes. Please clear the 5 first rows of seats. Amigas y amigos, la ceremonia de entrega de premios de OGP comenzará en 5 minutos. Por favor, despejen las 5 primeras filas de asientos. Dear friends, the OGP Award ceremony will begin in 5 minutes. Queridos amigos y amigas, la ceremonia de entrega de premios de OGP comenzará en 5 minutos. Amigas y amigos del Gobierno Abierto, bienvenidas y bienvenidos, Lagun Agur Garriak, ladies and gentlemen, al plenario de clausura de esta 9ª Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto. Welcome to the closing plenary of the 2025 Open Government Partnership Global Summit. Durante estos días, la ciudad de Vitoria-Gasteiz se ha convertido en el hogar del Gobierno Abierto, acogiendo voces, ideas y compromisos de todo el mundo. Queremos expresar nuestro más sincero agradecimiento a esta ciudad por su cálida acogida, su compromiso institucional y su ejemplo de cómo lo local puede liderar lo global. Gobiernos y sociedad civil han demostrado que la colaboración es el camino para fortalecer la transparencia, la rendición de cuentas y la confianza de la ciudadanía en la democracia. Together, we have advanced new ideas, forged partnerships, and reaffirmed our shared commitment to more open, inclusive, and resilient democracies. Today, we begin our closing by celebrating some of the most inspiring reforms of this year. Please welcome Shreya Basu, Chief of Country Support at OGP, to begin the Open Government Challenge Awards ceremony. Para entregar los premios OGP, recibamos a Shreya Basu. Un fuerte aplauso.
Let's welcome Shreya Basu. Big round of applause.
Para entregar los OGP Awards, tenemos el honor también de contar con la Secretaria de Estado de Función Pública, Clara Mapelli, Paul Massen, Chief of Global Programs, Carmen Cabanillas, Directora General de Gobernanza Pública, and Alessandro Bellantoni, Director of Policy and Partnership from OGP.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here to recognize and celebrate the reformers who are making bold commitments addressing serious governance challenges. The Open Government Challenge was launched to inspire and accelerate ambitious reforms across the partnership. It calls on governments at national and local levels across all branches to take bold, concrete steps in 10 key areas of open government. By submitting commitments, governments are making a public pledge to deliver reforms that can have a real impact on the lives of citizens. And they're doing so in collaboration with civil society. And yes, they will also be held accountable for delivering results. This year, we are honoring awardees in 3 categories: regional awards, thematic awards, and honorable mentions. Each awardee was carefully selected from more than 160 challenge commitments submitted from over 34 countries and more than 70 local governments. We want to extend our deepest gratitude to our selection committee members, made up of former government points of contact, and our partner organizations, whose names you see on the screen, and who very generously lent their expertise and thoughtful judgment to ensure that the commitments with the most promise are recognized today. And equally importantly, we thank the many civil society organizations who have been at the heart of driving these reforms, ensuring in their design, implementation, and oversight remaining robust. Now, let's begin with the regional awards. Let's start with the Africa and the Middle East. For their commitment to advance inclusive and responsible digital governance, the award goes to Nigeria. Round of applause, please. Nigeria's commitment is also receiving the thematic award for outstanding commitment on digital governance. Let's move to the Americas. for their commitment on a federal strategy for social participation and popular education. The award goes to Brazil. Brazil's commitment is also receiving the thematic award for outstanding commitment on public participation. Let's go next to the Asia-Pacific region. For their commitment to improve data availability, interoperability, and public participation to address persistent challenges in procurement, the award goes to the Philippines. The Philippines is also receiving the thematic award in this category. Finally, let's go to Europe, where we have a tie. For their commitment to build public dashboards for open contracting data, the award goes to the United Kingdom. Tied in the first place for their commitment to implement a whole-of-government anti-corruption strategy, the second Europe Award goes to Ukraine. We congratulate all the countries in this category. We also saw promising commitments at the local level. So moving next to the regional awards at the local level, in Africa and the Middle East, for the commitment to implement an inclusive participatory budgeting process, the award goes to Tangier in Morocco. In the Americas, for their commitment to develop a digital platform for public participation, the award goes to Nuevo León in Mexico. In Asia and the Pacific, for their commitment to support capacity building for civil society to participate in governance processes, the award goes to Quezon City in the Philippines. Quezon City is also receiving the thematic award for outstanding commitment on civic space. In Europe, for their commitment to implement a city-wide participatory budgeting process, the award goes to Zagreb in Croatia. Next, we turn to our thematic awards. The award for access to information goes to Nandi, Kenya, for their commitment to make information more inclusive and accessible. For outstanding commitment on climate and environment, the award goes to the Philippines for their commitment to increase the accessibility of climate finance data. For outstanding commitment on justice, the award goes to Costa Rica for their commitment on building a participatory accountability methodology in restorative justice. And for outstanding commitment on gender and inclusion, the award goes to Metsamor, Armenia, for their commitment to improve youth participation in decision-making. Finally, we want to recognize a set of honorable mentions. These commitments stood out for their innovation, creativity, and potential to inspire reformers everywhere else. They include Bogota, Colombia, for their commitment to improve transparency and monitoring of public works projects. Brazil, for their commitment on open contracting for federal infrastructure projects. Cordoba Province, Argentina, for co-creating an access to information law for the province. Mendoza, Argentina, for launching a digital participatory budget program. Nuevo Leon in Mexico for digitizing the public procurement system. Philippines for co-creating a framework to implement local RTI, Right to Information ordinances. Santiago de Cali, Colombia, for improving public monitoring of debt and investment. Uasin Gishu County, Kenya, for increasing financial transparency and participatory budgeting. Congratulations to all our winners. Let this recognition also serve as a reminder. Round of applause. Awardees, as you soak in the recognition, let it also serve as a reminder that these promises will need to be kept, real results delivered, and that OGP will be tracking and sharing outcomes in the coming years. To all of you who took steps to submit commitments, thank you, thank you. Your work is important, and OGP is here to support your efforts. But the journey doesn't stop here. The challenge remains open. We encourage all our OGP members, parliaments, local governments, judiciaries, autonomous institutions, and reformers everywhere to continue to take the call to action and respond to the open government challenge with bold, ambitious commitments. You can submit your commitments directly through the QR code you see on the screen. Let's keep the momentum going, let's aim higher, and let's continue building a future where open government delivers for all. Congratulations once again to all our awardees, and thank you, everyone.
Gracias, Shreya. Antes de finalizar la ceremonia de entrega de los premios del desafío de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto, tenemos el honor de invitar al escenario para unirse a los premiados y premiadas en una foto de familia a nuestro anfitrión, el ministro para la Transformación Digital y de la Función Pública, Óscar López. Un fuerte aplauso.
The Open Government Challenge is a really important effort by all Open Government Partnership members to up the ambition around critical areas of reform, whether that's civic space or gender and inclusion or digital and related governance issues around AI and online.
La alianza puede apoyar a los gobiernos a diseñar, a pensar, a reflexionar, a trabajar en conjunto con las organizaciones de la sociedad civil para encontrar soluciones muy hechas a medida a sus distintos contextos.
Whether that's part of existing action plans or standalone commitments, the challenge is an opportunity to lead globally, to be recognized, and to benefit from the kinds of excellent support that OGP can bring in terms of learning and networks and visibility.
We can bring in the public, we can bring in the private sector, we can bring in the funders who fund the work of open government in the different country, and that's a really strong opportunity to make very accelerated progress, and we look forward to seeing what the challenge will birth and bring forth.
Comunidad de Gobierno Abierto. Os rogamos que permanezcáis en vuestro asiento mientras hacemos una pausa para recibir a nuestro invitado más distinguido en esta ceremonia de clausura de la 9ª Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto, Su Majestad el Rey Felipe VI de España. Su presencia en esta cumbre es una muestra del firme compromiso institucional de España con los valores del Gobierno abierto. As Head of State, His Majesty has consistently supported transparency, civic engagement and trust in democratic institutions. Su participación hoy subraya la importancia de un liderazgo que escucha, une e inspira. His presence today underscores the value of leadership that listens, unites and inspires confidence in public life. Mientras aguardamos, nos gustaría que completaseis la encuesta breve que encontraréis escaneando el código QR mostrado en pantalla. El Gobierno abierto es una política que incorpora la evaluación en todos sus procesos y conocer vuestra opinión nos ayudará a seguir mejorando. Muchas gracias por vuestra colaboración. While we wait, we would like you to complete the short survey available by scanning the QR code shown on the screen. Open government is a policy that integrates evaluation into all of its processes, and knowing your opinion will help us to keep improving. Thank you very much for your collaboration. Mientras aguardamos, nos gustaría que completaseis la encuesta breve.
While we wait, please scan this QR on the screen so that you can answer to our poll, please. Thank you so much.
Shown on the screen. El gobierno abierto es una política que incorpora la evaluación en todos.
Open government incorporates evaluation in every process, so learning about your
It's a
feedback.
policy that integrates evaluation into all of these processes, and knowing your opinion will help us to keep improving. Muchas gracias por vuestra colaboración. Antes de continuar con la sesión de clausura, nos gustaría dar las gracias.
Before we continue with this closing ceremony, we would like to say thank you to every association taking part in this event, especially to the OGP and the civil society for their compromise and their commitment, and for defending open government. Thank you so much.
Enthusiasm and collaboration have made this global summit possible. Together, we continue building a more transparent, participatory, and inclusive administration that truly serves its citizens. El espíritu del gobierno abierto no termina aquí.
The spirit for open government doesn't end here. Continues in every action, every alliance, and every commitment for a fairer and more collaborative future.
Amigos y amigas.
Dear friends, for those who haven't received the notifications, at 20 hours today in the Amanathed room, we will have a closing event that will allow us to continue to grow this lovely community.
PM in Almudena Theatre Room inside the Europe Conference Center, we'll have a closing event that will allow us to continue building and celebrating the international community of reformers that is OGP. Contaremos con la actuación en directo de Inés Osinaga.
We will also have Inés Osinaga in a live concert that will offer the perfect OST to this event. Thank you so much.
A live performance by Inés Osinaga, who will provide the soundtrack to this special moment. Don't miss this last opportunity to connect and celebrate with this wonderful international web network. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much for waiting with us. Gracias por vuestra paciencia. Ahora sí, amigos y amigas, dear friends, continuamos con esta sesión de clausura. Amigas y amigos, continuamos en breve con esta sesión.
Dear friends, we will continue with our closing. We are with our closing session in some minutes. Our King Felipe VI is already in the building. Thank you so much for your patience.
Amigas y amigos, dear friends, demos una cálida bienvenida al rey Felipe VI de España.
Dear friends, please offer your warmest welcome for Felipe VI, King of Spain. Thank you.
Demos una cálida bienvenida al rey Felipe VI de España.
Dear friends, please offer the biggest and warmest welcome to Felipe VI, King of Spain. Thank you.
Dear friends, thank you for patiently waiting. It's time for a symbolic moment of transition. La copresidencia española del Comité Directivo de OGP deja paso a Brasil. A handover that represents continuity, commitment, and a shared vision for the future. Un relevo que encarna liderazgo.
A handover that represents continuity, commitment, and a shared vision for the future. Let's welcome on stage Clara Marbelli, Secretary of State and Public Function of Spain.
Co-chair from the Philippines.
Current Civil Society Co-chair
Lívia Oliveira Sobota, secretaria de Estado de Integridad Pública de Brasil, y a Stephanie Mouchet, próxima copresidenta de la Sociedad Civil de Kenia. Please also welcome Aidan Eyakuze, Chief Executive Officer of the Open Government Partnership. They will share with the global community their expectations and hopes for this new chapter. Un capítulo que se escribe con liderazgo, diversidad y propósito. Un novo capítulo com coragem, colaboração e compromisso.
Majestad, autoridades, querida comunidad de gobierno abierto.
His Majesty, panelists, and dear open government community, we're reaching the end of this global summit, and once more we have raised to the highest standards.
The 9th OGP Global Summit is coming to an end, and once again the open government community has met the expectations and high standards set by the partnership. Esperamos sinceramente que la copresidencia española
really
que hemos
hope that the
asumido
co-presidency, the Spanish co-presidency, together with Cielo Magno, representing the civil society, allowed us to get stronger when it comes to writing a new page in the
of
open government
OGP
history.
with Dr. Cielo Magno has contributed to writing a new page for the OGP community, given new political compromise and impulse. Durante esta semana,
During this week, we have continued to dialogue about different formats and thematics, making it clear that democracy is best built when governments and civil society work together for a
open and
better
constructive
future.
dialogue has taken place in multiple formats and in a wide array of themes, so that we think collectively with open society, with civil society organizations to define new solutions to create a better democracy for all. Nuestras nuevas copresidentas, en representación de Brasil,
co-president,
Lívia Sobota,
representing Brazil, Lívia Sobota, and Stephanie Mouchet will allow us to take more inspiration and better impulse even for continue with our work.
Lívia Sobota from Brazil and Steph Mouchet for the International Lawyers Association is going to give us the new impulse we need to continue working together. I would like to give the floor now to Lívia Sobota in representation as the next co-chair by Brazil to pass the new presidency. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary of State and friend, if I may. Thank you, Clara. His Majesty and dear friends from the open government community. It's a pleasure for me to be able to be here together with you, together with Stephanie Mouchet. The leadership and work that we have seen from Spain in their year as co-president has been incredible, and we have a huge challenge ahead of us because they've been working internationally, but as well they've been working at the highest domestic level, as we had the opportunity to hear from the very president of Spain. In Brazil, our democracy is young. When I was born, Brazil was still in a military dictatorship. But it's a pleasure for me to be able to see how elections are carried out in my country, how we work for transparency and for our people. I know that in Spain this work has also been carried out to the best outcome, and we are very happy to collaborate and to see our government to operate for democracy at an international level as well. The open government is the way to face the biggest challenges of our times: digital transition and climate transition. Brazil is absolutely thrilled about hosting the climate summit in November, and we would like to take this opportunity as co-presidents for the OGP in order to enhance our capacities and global capacities for facing this double transformation from a democratic point of view and trying to tackle inequalities as well. So we are counting on all of you for this movement to continue to grow. I do believe that together we'll get to the best outcome. Thank you so much.
May I invite CLO for your remarks.
Thank you, Aidan. Your Excellency, government delegates and civil society, I would like to thank everyone and of course the governments of Spain for a year of co-chairing this movement. I think in the past days we've recognized good stories, success stories, but also unbundled more problems and challenges that we will be facing in the days to come. And I think what we need to do when we get out of this building, this beautiful country, is to continue to challenge each other, continue to push the limits of open government and keep the movement of open governance alive. Thank you very much, and we hope to see your cooperation continue to be uncomfortable, civil society continue to be nice to governments, and governments continue to tolerate our impatience. Thank you, and hope to see you again in the next OGP event.
Thank you. And might I invite Steph Mushai.
Thank you, Aidan. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. His Majesty, the King of Spain, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. Together with the government of Brazil, we are honored to have this opportunity to serve the partnership over the coming year. We do begin our service with a lot of gratitude and thanks to our immediate co-chairs, Cielo Magno and the government of Spain. Thank you for your dedicated service, especially in a summit year. We're very thankful. We also acknowledge and thank present here or in absentia all former co-chairs that have similarly served with dedication to keep the values and work of the partnership on track, together with the dedicated members who are here and the staff as well. So would you help me appreciate yourselves, our former co-chairs, and all the co-chairs in absentia? Would you give them a round of applause? Thank you. Your Majesty, we are pleased at your recent remarks on behalf of Spain at the United Nations General Assembly, where you highlighted Spain's Seville plan to support multilateralism. This has been a key discussion area since the beginning of this summit, as well as a key area of our co-chair agenda together with Brazil for the period 2025 to 2026. We note that even as Spain hands over the co-chairship of the partnership today, Spain is doing so on a high note in support of multilateralism. For those that may not know, Spain has pledged to protect and preserve multilateralism in the face of budget cuts by allocating 0.7% of its gross national income to development aid by 2030. Spain will further redirect contributions to sectors most affected by the withdrawal of funds from other donors. Spain will also coordinate a platform of leaders, institutions, and civil society to chart the way forward and promote action to transform the architecture of global governance. We thank you for these commitments and for transitioning out of the co-chairship by a strong example on our way of working. Yes, please appreciate Spain. Cielo Magno, thank you for your commitment to remain an active and committed leader in the Troika leadership structure of OGP. You have been and continue to be a respected voice of integrity and accountability. So we look forward to raising the bar with your support as we take up the mantle from you in Spain. Members of the partnership, go ahead. Thank you, Cielo. You will hear more about our co-chair agenda in the coming days. For now, I would like to encourage us that you are not here by coincidence or luck. You are here by design, with the opportunity to impact the rapidly changing global and domestic realities. And to all of us as a collective, consider that smaller, less globally present groups of people have made sacrifices, they have brought wisdom and dedication that has enabled us to be where we are today. So let us forge forward knowing that even though there are tough times ahead, we can be the people that prepare, even for the most vulnerable on the earth, arcs of preservation, storehouses of provision and protection against the storms ahead. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to serve you all. I wish you all safe travel to your home countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before my leadership committee. So I stand with great respect and with tremendous gratitude for the hard work that you have put into this partnership over the last couple of years as the Kingdom of Spain and Cielo, and with tremendous anticipation of the work that is going to be, what we're going to do together in the coming years. And I'd like to do one more thank you, if you don't mind. And on your behalf, I would like to thank the team I have the incredible pleasure of working with every day. The support unit of the Open Government Partnership Secretariat, who have done an absolutely fabulous job with a team from Kingdom of Spain in the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And thank you so much for this amazing, amazing summit and all of the things that are going to come after it. And so now is the moment. We've done thank yous and transfers, thank yous by words. I'd like to invite you to stand up so that we can do a formal, there isn't transfer just in speaking, but when you do the touch, the pressing of the flesh, that is what seals the deal. So please welcome. I shall facilitate the pressing of the flesh, and then we shall have maybe a photo together. You're allowed to hug. My boss has just reminded me, you do realize you're surrounded by women. I think therein lies a tremendous hope for the future of open government and for the future of this planet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As we bring this session to an end, let us take a moment to reflect on the remarkable highlights of this inspiring week. Together, we have celebrated achievements, shared ideas, and built connections that will continue to shape the future of open government around the world. Ahora, por favor, dirigid vuestra atención a la pantalla para disfrutar de un resumen especial de la Cumbre Global.
Now please pay attention to the screens to enjoy this lovely summary that we have prepared for you. In the video we don't have still the images from today, but we will be able to enjoy the full report of this incredible summit. Thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome to Vitoria-Gasteiz.
The Basque government of Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Que gobernar no es diseñar y decidir en soledad, construir en común y en permanente diálogo.
A continuación, nos gustaría presentar al ministro para la Transformación Digital y de la Función Pública del Gobierno de España, el ministro Óscar López.
Please welcome on stage Óscar López, Minister for Digital Transformation and Public Function, the Government of Spain. Thank you. Good morning, His Majesty. Thank you so much for being here today in this global summit that is so important for our country and for everyone. Authorities, representatives from OGP, members of the organizing team, participants, friends. It's a privilege for me to be here for the closing remarks for this global summit in Vitoria-Gasteiz. More than that, in a morning as the one that we are living, where a peace opportunity has been opened in Gaza, in Palestine. This is a time where government and open government and the civil society have set historical challenges. We have affirmed our compromise with the values of open government, transparency, participation, accountability, inclusion, integrity, and democracy quality. Rigoberta Menchú said once that democracy is not a goal that we can reach to then go for something else. Democracy is a condition that can only be maintained if every citizen defends it. And that is the reason for this global summit, to defend democracy from those who attack it, to protect the citizen rights against misinformation, against hate speech, to hand over the multilateralism movement that we lived 2 weeks ago, incorporating in the challenge the civil society. If New York asks for the end of war, Vitoria is asking for more than that. Vitoria asks for stopping attacks to democracy as well. And this is why this global summit has been so successful. Thank you again, Aidan. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you, OGP. Thank you for organizing this global summit the way you did. Thank you to the Secretariat for Public Function, Clara. This has been incredible. And of course, the government from Vitoria and the Basque Country that have been working for this so hard in a city that's so important as Vitoria. We have seen how we talked about important subjects like AI, like algorithms, like open justice or inclusive participation. We have also reached achievements. For example, on Monday, we reaffirmed our compromise and commitment together with the open government through the 5th plan for open government in Spain, the most ambitious to date, and we have approved the Vitoria-Gasteiz Declaration approved by the government and the civil society, highlighting our commitment to civic space, open governance. We approved the new open administration law as well, and we also signed the Open Data Charter, a charter that was already signed by 250 countries and civil societies, which compromises and commits to open data as much as possible, trying to include everyone in the economic development as well. This global summit is about to end, but it opens as well the doors for a new stage in the OGP. Thank you so much, Thilo Magno, for all the efforts. Thank you, Brazil, for taking over as well. I couldn't be happier to have Brazil taking over, because I know that they will keep on fighting for the same goals as we have. And I wanted to end with a quote from Alan Smith, New York's governor, who said that every illnesses in democracy can be cured by more democracy. Let's continue to work for open governments, and I do believe that every one of us in this room have a fundamental role to play here. Thank you very much for your commitment. See you in the next Global Summit. Thank you.
Para finalizar, tenemos el privilegio de escuchar a Su Majestad.
We will now finish with a speech from our King Felipe VI of Spain. Please welcome him on the stage. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm so happy to share this last day with you all. But I would like to express my recognition and my gratitude and congratulate the co-chairs that have handed over the banner this morning, our Secretary of State and the co-chair for civil society from Philippines. So Spain, Philippines hand over the banner to Brazil and I guess it's Kenya. That's right. Sorry. So congratulations for that. Best of luck for your responsibilities, and congratulations for this week. I kind of drop into the atmosphere, but I've very quickly realized that the atmosphere was wonderful, and I hope this carries on for the future. Ministro, muchas gracias por las palabras.
So, Minister, thank you very much for your welcome words. Authorities, dear host, Secretaries of State, authorities, members of the organizing committee of the summit, members of the managing committee, Alliance for the Open Government, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually, the organization and the CEO of OGP and the whole team congratulate you for your wonderful work. Hace más de 3 décadas, en la teoría política contemporánea se
So, more than 30 years ago, the end of history concept was popularized. That sustained that liberal democracy represented the final stage of political evolution, and with time it would be the universal movement. The story didn't stop, but the future events would not be that, wouldn't have a narrower scope compared to 20th century. Democracy appeared as an arguable system, an unmovable system, but time proved that that vision was very far away from reality. What was announced as a finish line was just a previous stop before new challenges emerged for democracy. Data that we have prove that democracies are retreating and setting back in many places of the world. A small percentage of the population in the world live in the so-called full democracies, the ones that fulfill parameters related to election processes and pluralism and the way the government works, the rule of law, the political participation and civil freedom. At the same time, we are witnessing a process of citizen disaffection towards some aspects of our democratic systems. Although the vast majority of citizens prove their preference for democracy as government system, there is an increasing insatisfaction in terms of how it works. This gap opens the door to the expansion of populisms and a more intense polarization and a progressive gap that is widening between institutions and citizens. We understand that open government is an alternative to renew the way the public affairs are tackled. And it is the culture, a governance culture based on openness, where principles like transparency, participation, collaboration, accountability in English, and integrity are closely related. These are not isolated dimensions, but components that altogether try to strengthen the relationship between citizens and institutions and sustain a key democratic asset, trust. A trust that comes from consistency between words and actions, that is consolidated through role models. So to speak about open government is about increasing the quality of democracy, and that's why this summit is very important. During this week, Vitoria-Gasteiz has become into a real platform, a global platform. 2,000 people out of 75 countries, 250 local authorities, and many civil organizations have shared experiences, good practices, and progress around the open government values. This meeting hasn't just been a space for dialogue, but also a space to learn and to acquire commitments, out of which you've drawn valuable conclusions in order to transform our public administrations and to strengthen democracy for the future of our society. So in this framework, the statement of Vitoria-Gasteiz will give continuity to that effort. Ladies and gentlemen, vitality of democracy depends on a collective commitment. That's why we all have the right and the obligation to protect it and strengthen it. As Robert Dahl said, it's an ideal that will never be fully accomplished, but we need to be focused towards it constantly. In this sense, the open government can be a specific tool to move towards that ideal. And today in the world that we have to live in, it is more necessary than ever to adopt a proactive attitude in favor of the strengthening of democracy. Spain is part of the Alliance for the Open Government since 2011, the year when it was created. And with this summit, our country has shown again its real commitment towards multilateralism and organization capacity in order to articulate the three administration levels, local, regional, and national, in a great exercise of coordination. It has also shown its will to move on in building an open government that transforms and improves the life in society. And you've done it among you all, the organizing institutions, the delegates, guest institutions, with a consensus spirit, because this is the way. A more participative world, more transparent world, and more committed with the quality of democracy. So to make the long story short, commitment towards the open government. Thank you very much to you all. Again, congratulations on your work during these days. I would like to wish you a very nice trip back home. Eskerrik asko, muchas gracias. And in such a day, I would like to express in quite a hopeful way, although with caution, that what is about to come, what has been announced, the agreement for Palestine and Israel, is a window for hope. And the first consequences that are announced could mean the release of the Israeli hostages, their way back home, and humanitarian aid in Gaza Strip. A moment for hope, of course. A moment for hope for Palestine and Israel. Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por sus palabras, Majestad.
Thank you very much for your words, Your Majesty.
The 2025 Open Government Partnership Global Summit. Esta tarde, a las 8 en la sala Almudena.
This afternoon at 8 p.m. at Almudena Sid Room, we'll have a closing event that will allow us to keep on building this international community of reformers as OGP. We will enjoy a cocktail, and we will have the live show of Lole Sinaga that will put a soundtrack to the special moment. Don't miss this last opportunity to connect with this amazing international network. We'll see you there. Please bring your ID.
The Almudena Sid Room inside the Europa Conference Center will have a closing event that will allow us to continue building and celebrating this international community of reformers that is OGP. We'll enjoy a cocktail reception and a live performance by Inés Osinaga, who will provide the soundtrack to this special moment. Don't miss the last opportunity to connect and celebrate with this wonderful international network. We look forward to seeing you. Please do not forget to bring your badge. Y a quien no puedan acompañarnos, les deseamos un buen viaje de regreso a casa. Muchas gracias. Obrigada.
Thank you very
Eskermila eta lasterarte.
Eskerrik asko. Gracias.